We're back live. I've totally messed up this camera. Eh? That's decent. Okay. So, what happened yesterday? Um, I thought it was going to take me like 15 minutes to set up that machine, which really it should have taken me 15 minutes to set up that new machine. But turns out they shipped it to me with the wrong operating system, wrong BIOS settings, and no drivers. So, yeah, I had to spend like 6 hours fixing all that. Of course, I didn't know that was the issue. So, yeah. But anyways, now I can do this. This should work. Boom. What OS? It came with 22.04, which doesn't have driver support for 5090s, it seems. Needs 24.04. BIOS settings were totally screwed up. Literally wouldn't even boot with the drivers once I put them on. And, yeah, it was a whole mess. Oh, also, another fun thing is I had the machine bricked for like 3 hours because I installed the 570 drivers, which NVIDIA says are compatible, but then when you actually install them, you get a like startup time crash error before you even get into the OS, which is actually you need the 570 open drivers. So, totally stupid. Anyways, there's your 5090. And we can now run stuff with this, which is cool. Let's see for comparison. Oh, actually, that's better than I thought. Why is it only 480K here, though? I thought it was faster on, I thought the Neptune runs I had were faster. My screen just went completely black. The heck? Um, is the stream still up? Yeah. Why did my display just totally shut off? Let me go fiddle with that. Gotta love loose cables. Did it kill my other terminal? Wait, what? It killed my other terminal. Unless I was stupid and closed it somehow. Oh, put it... Hang on. It put it on the other screen for some reason. Okay, there we go. If this is the speed up, then I'll be happy with it, because that's like a good 20-30%. That's like actually decent. But I don't know if this is the case. So this thing crashed apparently. This thing got soda but then crashed. And this thing doesn't do much. I just want to see the steps per second and such that we were getting out of this. This one should be fine for this one or this one. Okay, so we have a little bit of we've got some disparities here, it looks like. I think because one of the machines like faster than the other or something. So these ones get up to 570, 590 or whatever. But then this one here is only 500K. Wait, Muon baseline 3. 512. Oh, it's because of the model size. Okay, so this is 512 model dim. Runs 500K. So I probably am not doing that here. Let's see. Yeah, see, this is too small. So we'll see how the 5090 does with the corrected model size. And we'll get an accurate benchmark. This one's at 480 with my stuff on my desktop running. It seems like it's supposed to be at about... Oh, it goes up a little bit, but that's about right. 550. It's only like a 10% speed improvement. That's really not great. Interestingly, it looks like there's like somewhat lower copy overhead. Memory bandwidth maybe has improved a bit. Literally 10%. Okay. I think they changed in PyTorch. They changed hang on. Where the hell did they move the D-types to? Oh no, they're right there. So what the heck was wrong? I just break something? Welcome, YouTube folks. Plan for today is to do a little bit of work benchmarking this new 5090, and after that we'll queue up some experiments, and then we'll probably do some infra. Do some infra dev on Puffer. Okay, so this is somehow screwed up. Oh, maybe this needs to go. Yeah, this needs to go here. This should definitely get defined. Unless I have this whole thing bugged somehow. Ah, I see. Yeah, that's a little awkward. Uh, I guess we just indent this whole thing. Indent the whole thing. Two, actually. Well, that's gonna screw up the profiling, though. So we have to repeat this check. That's the only way I can do it. I plan on going through this whole file and cleaning stuff up a whole bunch before we get to release anyways. So this doesn't seem any faster at all than before, right? So am I doing something wrong? Or is it just genuinely not faster? It's also possible I'm doing like a dot float or something in here. Ah, right here. So if I do this, okay, now we actually get some speed. 700K. But I think B float is slower, isn't it? Yeah, so now we're back to the original speed. I don't think it should be. Oh, wait, this is right here. This is probably messing it up here, right? So let me make sure then that I'm doing the whole thing in float 16 first to really get a benchmark. Player. Okay, so this is 700K. And is this whole thing, like, is the type correct on all this? Doesn't look like it. So maybe it's just that you got to be careful with your casts. So this embedding layer returns. This embedding layer is returning not float 16. With torch.autocast. Linear layers autocast. So do I have this autocast? I should, right? Yeah, I have the autocast context here. Okay. Maybe maybe this is supposed to do something. Let's see. Okay, so this does work, right? So it autocasts the output of this linear layer. And the LSTM outputs float 16. So this is correct. The embeddings output float 32 or whatever. So this doesn't matter. This is the only thing, this buffer, that does matters, this float 16. Okay, so this gets us 700K. That's obnoxious. I'm sure this one still breaks, right? So I can't compile with the current version. That sucks. What if I do it this way? Okay, so compile doesn't work since I did this state change stuff. So that'll be part of the refactor. We'll be then making that thing work. For now, though, we're able to get 650K without screwing with. We're able to get like 650K without screwing with precision. and 700K with screwing with precision. The thing is, Captain, I had compile working, and then I had somebody ask me for a feature to help clean up the code, and it completely fucks compile. I didn't realize. This is still pretty disappointing though, any way you cut it, only getting like 10% speed improvement. And like actually the thing that's weird about this as well is copy overhead is lower than before. So it looks like the speed improvement is maybe it's about the same. So maybe it is just a flat 10%. More speed increase if you increase model size and depth. I don't know, maybe. But like I shouldn't have a ton of overhead on it anyways. It might actually be the thing that I really have to get compile working and maybe coup de graphs and stuff to really get the most out of it. Maybe that's what we have to do. Okay, so a lot of things on my mind now with this. Things to do, right? I think that okay, I want to queue up a couple experiments on neural MMO. Just look at my current experiments, queue up a couple more. We can do it on this box, so it'll be 10% faster. Whoop-de-dee-doo. Actually, I think this one will be a good one to play with. Maybe I'll leave. What I'll do is I'll leave automatic mix precision on this one. So we can test if that's actually stable. Yeah, so that's an easy run. Also, Ubuntu 24 kind of sucks because you have to do this everywhere. I have a potential workaround for it, but I'm going to have to go do it at the container level. I don't know whose dumbass idea it was to decide that you shouldn't be able to install Python packages outside of a virtual environment. Like, they should probably stop writing software. It's like the dumbest. I honestly don't know what is wrong with Python that they adopt that thing. Like, how stupid do you have to be? Oh yeah, our packages should not be installed outside of a virtual environment. Like, come on. Be a real programming language. Okay. I forgot to remove this flag. This one doesn't work yet. Then we should be good. Ah, wait, there's one other thing I forgot. Okay, good. Now this should give us pretty clean training curves. And we'll see whether float 16 is stable. Well, 700K train. We will leave this alone. That is one experiment I wanted to run. Second experiment. Are my boxes down or some bullshit? Is that what's going on? Everything's down? That's bizarre. Let me go see if there's like... Let me go check on what the hell just happened. I see like one of them just came back up. A couple of them are coming back up. Let me go check what the hell's going on though. That's bizarre. Well, that's fun to find out. They're just fucking wired wrong. Um, and actually, I just saw one of the boxes go back off. 7 is back online. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go boot all the boxes, I guess. I'll be right back. You know, one of these days, once I finish fixing all the reinforcement learning software, I'm gonna have to go put everyone in infrastructure out of a job. Because nobody can build anything that fucking works. Oh my god. It's crazy. Not even power problems. Just the fucking internet cables somehow being screwed. And like some of the boxes come back up and some of them don't. How that makes any sense? Don't ask me. I can't afford to lose a second day in a row dealing with bullshit infra though. So none of my boxes are back. I'm just gonna leave that experiment that I just set up running for now. Actually, if I only get one experiment right now, that's not the experiment I want to run. Let's see how far this is. Actually, that tells me everything that I needed to know right there. That shit's not stable. And unless it's, is this the good one? Cap I. Yeah, okay, that tells me everything I need to know actually about that one already. Float 16 doesn't work out of the box. It's not really expected to. So, I guess no massive surprise there. Let's just check our losses real quick. It just drives me nuts. All the infrastructure I gotta deal with. You can't even see it. Maybe it's not totally messed up. I mean, no, that looks pretty messed up. At least it's not the same curve. Right? Definitely not the same curve. Okay. Let me try a couple things here. So I want to try this. So you set the seed like this. Now I don't know if this does anything. Really. Because you're still all on the same process. Hang on, let's not be totally stupid here. If you're all on the same process, if there's no randomness involved, they're all going to be the same anyways. If they have a seeding function, then it'll get used. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking this was a good idea. This doesn't make any bloody sense. The only thing that this does... Well, you do want some sort of randomness, actually, because when you multi-process, right, you don't want them all to be the same seed across processes. Let me see how I can do that. Is there a default? Let me see. Let's see. Oh no, Stack Overflow's offline. I actually don't know how the default seeding works in C. You know, there are a few different ways it could be implemented. Okay, so if you don't seed it, then it acts as if it's seeded with 1. Okay, so you do want to seed it. I'm trying to think what I would want to seed it with. I think I know the answer, and I'm not gonna like it. See, I don't really like this. Okay, so we're gonna leave that experiment up for now until I figure out this heating thing. Um, it probably does make sense to... Let me think. Does it make sense? Yeah, because you want this to work across different processes as well. What I was doing originally was probably running on the same map everywhere. Yeah. So if we want these things to be consistent, we can probably do vec level seating. Let me figure out. I got too many ideas in my head right now of things that need to be done on the infra. So vec level seating. Next, we will need to do improvements to perhaps I also wanted to do well, checking. Is there anything else? I think that's it. And then there's baselines to run. Okay. So I've kind of got two separate important projects to fiddle with. I think I want to really make sure that the end finding stuff is good because we're actively doing that. So I'll start with this. We'll fix seating. ArgD type checking, I think there should be a reasonable way to do that. We will see. I don't know if we can improve the logging type stuff at all. We'll have to look at that, but it's not that this is not important. It's not important, but it's urgent, I think, because we're actively porting all the M's, and we'd prefer to only have to do it once. Okay, scattered start to my day. But let's just really start one thing at a time here. Throws me off when like stuff goes wrong like that with the machines, because I had a plan with what I wanted to do today, and it kind of threw everything off. Oh, and also build caching. Where'd that file go? I should even do this one first because it's annoying as hell. That's gonna try to rebuild freaking everything though. These dependencies change but aren't tracked. Okay, so this is why. That's going to trigger a lot of rebuild, I think. We will see. Or it's not going to work at all. So if I just do this, copying. So it doesn't detect anything. Well, that's not it, because sources. Yeah, that doesn't trigger it. You would think it would. Okay, there's no quick, easy fix to that. It'll work with a clean build, but there's no quick, easy fix to that. Force does it. Scython takes a while. Well, the quick hack was actually decent on this. Oh, jeez. That doesn't even work. If the file is there, it copies it. It doesn't check to see if there's anything in it. That's hilarious. Okay. Don't use grok. It's dumb. I guess. Do you want to pass the seed on reset or on init? Or on both? Maybe on both? Because you have no idea where they're going to use RNG, right? So I think you want it passed on both. Okay. Okay. Now all we have to do is unpack the arg. Now we have a way of passing seeds. I'm working on it. That's what I'm going to do I'm going to just do it automatically, Captain. Well, semi-automatically. It's slightly obnoxious because you need, you still need to know, like, the env ID or whatever for multiprocessing. But I did actually notice, like, a big difference in the training curve with neural MMO, so now I'm working on it. Isn't this going to be kind of hard because we have to take a keyword out, don't we? Or maybe not. Maybe we can just call it twice. Let me think. Each env process. Yeah, it's the only the thing is that the multiprocessing backend has to give you like 1, 2, 3, 4 or whatever, and then you can assign the seeds. I think that'll work. How did I just do? Oh. Yeah, so this is fine. So assuming each process there we go. So this should seed now. And then all we have to do is pass this arg in. And then it'll be like the same thing on init, I believe. Yeah, so it'll be the same thing on init. This is kind of error prone in the sense that if you can forget to seed your end. Not that bad though. Not that bad. Okay, so this is chill. I can probably make it like a required keyword. Oh yeah, it is a required keyword as is. And I just need a good error message for it and I'm good. There we go. Yeah, because this can technically call custom logic. And you now have to do the same thing in nvenit, don't you? So there's a little bit of repeated code. Quite a bit of repeated code even. because this has to go here. Yeah, now this has to go here. And now this is literally just, this is just seed. Because you just passed them directly for this one. Okay, this is not terrible. This is null. Okay, so that runs. Now I have to get it into vectorization. This does actually pass the seed. I think it needs to pass it here as well. Okay. Not sure I really like the way this is. See, I know how to do this in the C. It's once again the shitty annoying Python. I guess with the vec interface, you don't expect to pass a big ass list of seeds, right? Yeah, because that would require you messing with the seed in the algorithm layer. Is that something that you want to be messing with? So gross to have to do that. I mean, I can totally punt on that for now because, like, the thing is, that's going to get easier. Like, eventually, we're probably going to just have a C vec impl or whatever. Well, no, shoot, because we need the same code to work for the non-C environments. If I can just get each of these serial M's its own ascending seed. I think that's going to be it. If I can just get each of these its own ascending seed. So, because this has num m's, right? So you target this worker process. What's num m's here, though? Workers. Oh, m's per worker. So it does get m's per worker. Then I. Okay. So I can probably just make this work. Because if I do it this way, right, so I'm going to have seed. This is num m's. This only needs one seed. And it's going to be equal to... Yeah, because cereal's containing all the m's. So seed times num m should give you what you want. And then it also needs... Does it need to know it on reset? It does, right? Oh, gross, though, because reset comes through pipe. Yeah, because this VecM's auto reset. So this isn't going to do anything for you. So I think it's just going to be, you take this out, because there's no sense in providing a seed on reset, is there? Hang on, you also don't want to seed it on reset. That's like bad. You'd like to keep whatever RNG state is currently there. Okay. So we take this param out. Oh wait, no, it does make sense. I'm wrong. Hold on. Because you only ever call it once, right? So this should be seed. And then seed is equal to seed. Because this one runs one serial end, right? Yes. Yeah, now you can do seed equals none. If it's none. It's I. And then it's I. Okay, so now you actually have this thing seeded reasonably. You have to do the same thing here. Okay, now this is actually good. Seed, not seeds. And then how's this look in multiproc? So from multiproc, this thing also can take a seed, right? I think actually both of these both should be seeded by default. It's better to have them seeded by default. Yeah. So we'll seed it to 42 by default. Okay. And now this does seed plus I. Okay, so now you're gonna get like 42, 43, yada yada. I actually don't like 42 as a default seed because that gets multiplied kind of weirdly. There's nothing wrong with seed 0, right? I don't think there should be. Yeah, so okay. Let's like do this on breakout or something first. Or Pong. Failed to unpack seed. Okay. It gets to here now. Still failed to unpack seed. So this one is Vec and it failed to unpack seed. And this one's Vec reset. So I don't know which one it is. It looks like it should be an it. Yeah, so it's Vec and it failed to unpack seed. Okay. Well, I am passing it. This is infinite here. It's wrong file completely. Maybe this is being passed as none. So this is the driver end. You plan to get rid of Scython? What's the replacement for it? Yeah. So let me show you. This is new. It's in dev. I'm gonna like put this out to users first, but I think that people will dramatically prefer this because it makes everything a lot easier. So right now, every time you implement a new environment for PufferLib, you have to do this. So this is 115 lines worth of Python that you have to get right. Also, Python breaks all debugging from Python to C. It's very difficult to debug, takes quite a while to compile, and the compiler error messages kind of suck as well. So the goal is to replace this with this file right here. So this is one file for all the envs. And then what you'll be able to do with this is this essentially does what Python currently does, but it just does it for you. So this is what it looks like now. The Python looks almost identical to before, except you're using, this binding vectorized init. You just give it all the tensors like you did before. You give it all your keyword args, and it will just make vectorized envs for you. So this is the original Python. It looks almost the same, except it has the Python binding. But now you don't have to write a Python binding. All you do have to write is this tiny little binding file where you just specify all the args and then you unpack them. So, this 30 lines instead of the original 120. So much shorter bindings. This also lets me improve logging a little bit. Logging gets easier as well. We handle logging quite nicely now too. So hopefully this should generally be better for people. And you can debug through it. So if anything goes wrong in your C now, you can just run Python through GDB and you will get a breakpoint right wherever something breaks in your C. Mm-hmm. Welcome, YouTube folks. What I'm doing currently with this is is this PyBind? No, this is the cool thing. No external dependencies. It's just the Python C API. That's it. And what I'm trying to do right now is also make it support nice seeding so that you never have stuff screwed up because of bad seeding, and make it like really obvious how to do that and really hard to screw up. That's what I'm doing at the moment. And then I've got the whole agenda. I want to make it harder to screw up argument passing to these M's, give you really nice error messages for if you screw up your arguments, and then maybe some improvements to logging. And that's all that I need to do with end finding to make this like really solid. And after that, we'll move on to training side improvements. Well, probably I'm going to get through this and then go take a break, get some exercise, and do the rest in the evening. We'll see. Okay, so this gives you seed 0. But somehow it does not like this unpacking message. I wonder if I actually shot myself in the foot. Yeah, I probably shot myself in the foot here, huh? Because this probably gives you a good error message that I overwrote. Okay, see, so right here, function takes at most 1 argument. 21 given, the hell? Wait, function takes when will the new binding version be shipped? We currently have experimental stuff on Pong Breakout and Neural MMO 3 in the dev branch. And then, as with everything else in PufferLib, it only goes to main when we ship a new major version. We have a pretty long dev cycle for major versions. I usually only ship, 2 or 3 majors a year, because the next one will probably be like 2.5 or something. You know. What do you want given? Oh, I see the problem. How do you... bar O, optional pi object. So this is the behavior that I expected, but this is not what I'm seeing. Right? Because it fails right here. Failed to unpack seed. So I forgot to... Oh, is it because of args? Yeah, it's because of this args, isn't it? So this just needs to be empty args. $15 given. Okay. So this is done here. And it still doesn't like this. Optional seed. Oh, maybe it's that I need to do this. No, it still is not working. Is this no longer where it's crashing? Hang on. No, it's still crashing here. I think Grok is just fucking wrong with how this works. The problem is the docs for this in Python also kind of suck, which is the only reason I was using it. Empty names denote positional only parameters. Do I have to like extract a single keyword? I mean, I could pretty easily just make this thing. Hang on, I know what I can do for now at least if I don't want to fight this, because this is also going to make it more annoying for user, I think. Though it does give them access to the seed if they need it. I don't know if they need access to the seed though. They can always set it themselves. And I think we can do it this way for now. See how we do this. So I had to do this before. I think we do this. So this is going to be seed. Get args 5. Empty args can go back down here. Yeah, so we can just do this. And then all we have to do is modify this to take, is it 6? That can have 6 args. Oh yeah, it's 6. So this goes to 7. And then this goes to 6. We can actually just put this up top. Okay. Same thing here. This is arg0. Oh, in that case, you can kind of just unpack. Yeah, you don't need all these args. So we can simplify it a little bit. Let's see, arg. Wait, is it at 1? Yes, it is at 1. Okay, it takes 2 arguments then because you're unpacking. Yes, it takes 2 arguments. So this is now arg1. This is like this. C. Okay, we got this. You are making the seed required by doing this. I think that's okay for now. I think that's okay for now. Until I figure out the API a little better. Tuple get item 5. Yeah, that's fine. Get rid of this. Let me just increase this to 6. Seems like this runs. Okay, back in it requires 6 arguments. Are we stuck? Looks like we're spinning our wheels and nothing's happening. That's not good. I don't think I introduced anything that could cause a loop. There was an error there. Unrecognized arguments. Binding Beck reset. Yeah, this just needs meth var args, not meth keywords. And then step. What does step need keywords for? Yeah, it's not. So this just needs arg, doesn't need keywords. Doesn't need. This does need keywords. Okay. Undeclared. This is leftover. Still, we got unrecognized. Oh, because this is parse tuple. Still, we get unrecognized arguments. That seems like this just didn't get recompiled. Ah, no, we're still getting just unrecognized. Must be here. Oh, same problem. Nope. Same exact problem. That's easy enough. Seed must be an integer. Back in it. It's not failing on this one. Must be this one. Oh, this is probably passing none, right? Yeah, I know what to do to fix this. I gotta do a couple quick things. I'll be back in a few. And then, as soon as I'm back, we will finish this. Plan will be to get seating working, get a couple other things working. Probably this, and then the checks was what we'll get done this morning. Be back soon. All right. Let me. Almost done with the seed stuff. This is probably none, right? Ah, it's a list. Okay, that's why. Seed times num m's. Vec seed. Okay, so this is vec seed 0, vec seed 1. This is correct. So it's good going into this. And then reset takes seed. Okay, so this is correctly an integer. It's correctly passed here. Seed. Okay, so this doesn't even get used because, yeah, so this doesn't even seem to get used because I guess we're not going through serial in this case, which I guess we normally shouldn't be going through serial in most of our M's anyways. So it's getting screwed up here. Oh, I see it. The reset seed. Yeah, so this doesn't need to be make seed. This just needs to be seed plus I, right? Or, hang on, yeah, seed plus I. And then internally it's up to the worker to use this seed. Multiplied by num m's. Okay, so we get past that. Argument must be an integer handle. On vec step. Well, yeah, that's not gonna frickin' work, right? Is this how I had it before? I think you just pi long check the arg. Step. Unpack env, and then step. Wait. How the hell does this make any sense? Vec env. Don't we have an unpack function for this? Why am I not using it here? I should be using it, right? Okay. Runs. Does it still fully train? Yep. That's perfect. Now all we gotta do, so this gives you seed 1 and seed 2, it looks like. Up here, what do we get? 0 and then 0, 1. So this is just the default end. That one doesn't matter at all. We get seed 0 and seed 1. So why did we get seed 1 and seed 2 on the other ones? Did I see that right? Yeah, so you get seeds 1 and 2. Okay, so here, question mark. Config seed. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. Zero. Are boxes down because you're swapping to 5090s? No, boxes are down because the internet is ass. And I don't know if something's wrong with the cable or whatever. I've got to go deal with it, but I can't have 2 days in a row of just dealing with infrastructure horseshit. So I gotta go figure that out after I at least make a little bit of progress here. Let's see the 5090 run. Like, it's literally impossible for me to have broken anything with the 5090. It's like in a different room on a different network. Alright, so this is gonna do whatever it's gonna do. I think some of the boxes are back as well. It's bizarro, but I think that they have like dial-up internet speed right now for some dumb reason. Okay, well this is correct so far. Um, this now should give you unique seeds. I'm going to test it for neural MMO. Okay, there we go. Sure that still runs. Okay, Bong still trains. Now here you actually have to do the seed manually. So this is going to be seed times num m's plus I plus do this. And then this is going to be seed 0 or whatever. And requires 5 arguments. It's just as a compile error. Isn't recompiled. And okay, builds. Can we train? Yes, we can train. No errors. Same training speed. And then I guess we will see whether there are any differences. I'd like to remove this stupid flashing problem at some point. I'll put that on the to-do list. I think I know how to do it now I'm looking at it. Okay. That runs, that's good. I want to make sure that the seeds though are good. Yeah, I want to definitely make sure that the seeds are good. So I should have unique seeds seed. Okay. So this is the driver M. This one doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, this is the whole driver because it's going to make, yeah, and then it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. So we have unique seeds for each environment now. And that should be consistent as well. That might actually substantially change the training based on some preliminary results. So we will have to run this. But this is going to be a good change overall. Let's just, let's do breakout real quick, just so we have like a little bit more confidence in this result. Seed. I don't know why this has so many bloody arguments. It's kind of ridiculous. Probably should fix all that. Rewards. Seed. And because this is beckoning it, that's all we have to do with it. Rebuild breakout. Whatever the hell that did here is big deal. Wrong one. And actually print seed here as well. Seed. And then it's also, we changed it to vec init instead of init vec. Yep, so 0 and 1 plus the default env, 0. 1.6 million steps per second. We'll make sure that this still trains nicely. Good. Okay, so that is seeding. I'm going to say that's seeding complete. Okay, that full solves. I'm actually tempted to normalize the score for all the M's 0 to 1. We'll think about that later though. Okay, so this now runs. I think it's going to be worth just doing this on neural MMO because I don't know what's going to happen. So I think what we do is we take a look at the current neural MMO experiment. We see whether that result is reasonable. And then we launch this one instead without the precision on. Yeah. Because this is running with weird RNG. Let's just take a quick look at the losses to see if there's anything weird. Yeah, okay, there is definitely something weird here. This clip frac is really low. Entropy is really weird. Okay, so yeah, the float 16 is definitely screwing with training somehow. It does seem to be learning, but there's definitely weirdness going on. I mean, yeah, we're not intending to train in float 16 anyways. Really, the goal would be to get BF 16 to be fast, and then train in BF 16. Here, let's commit all this up and then go run this on the 1590. We don't need these configs. Dang. Okay. Here's our 5090 box. If you are looking at these new cards for RL, I will say that the results so far have been pretty disappointing. It's only like 10-15% faster in the tests I've run thus far. Let's take care of Mupai real quick. Okay, so now we have nice, clean version to run this experiment. Yeah, honestly, the cards are really disappointing thus far. They do have 32 gigs of memory on them, but like, I don't know what we do with that, right? Like, what are we even using right now? Yeah, we're literally using 4 gigs of RAM with like the biggest model that we run. So, what's the point? I will say that we did screw up, so this should be increased. Hang on. Let me just increase the model size. So it actually will use a little bit more RAM than 4 gigs. Maybe quadruple. Maybe use a 16. Did I miss anything? No. Because we did get better results with 512. Pre-compute more things for Tokyo Puff. Not really though, because it's in GPU. It's more GPU memory, right? Tokyo Puff might be a really RAM heavy env. But the thing is, I intentionally spec our machines with high RAM specifically so we can do stuff like Tokyo Puff anyways. Like, look, these things have, well, okay, it's not on top or whatever, but these things have 128 gigs of RAM on them. Should be plenty for a 1-card run, right? You'd hope. I don't know, maybe giant map could be challenging, but okay. Kill this. We get up to 700k with float persist. I just pulled the fix that got rid of that. Oh, I forgot to add it. So we'll see how much RAM this uses. And then we'll keep thinking about the other infra stuff. Environment requires 5 arguments. Didn't recompile. Okay, so this is a 3.1 million parameter model. Trains at 560k steps per second, 550, 560k. Can see that we don't really have any wasted time in MISC. Very little in copy for a large amount of data at least. So what's this take up? Nothing. Takes up nothing. It's actually kind of weird that you can increase the model size that much and still not have it take up any memory. I guess it's just the OBS buffer is taking up everything, right? And then the actual batch of data that you have on GPU is not really doing much. And this is decent util as well, right? We can probably make the thing run like 20% faster if you're looking at just util. Is there a way in the end we can separate various tasks for GPU, like complex physics sims, to utilize GPU more? Nope. Yeah, at that point, Spencer, you got to do the whole env in GPU, because you don't want to be doing back and forth device transfer in the env. I actually do have a plan, though, for making it very easy to do GPU accelerated puffer envs. So if that becomes a problem in GPU drive, I will, let's say I will work on making those additions faster. But there is actually a plan for GPU enabled puffer environments without having to do like terrible jacks or PyTorch array bullshit. In fact, I think it'll work with mostly the exact same code you have now. So there's a plan for that. It's got a really fun logo attached to it too. But more about that when I actually get a spare few days to dev it. And I gotta if it works, I'll have to find an artist for the logo as well. Add another fish to the collection. Actually, I know exactly the artist I would use. Yeah, I had 2 artists work on this puffer, so I can just go to get the same artist to do a new model. The one who like really cleaned it up nicely. He did a great job with the animations on this guy. Okay, next thing. The only thing we have left to do on the initial version of the env binding is just seeing if we can improve a little bit of the usability, because right now, this binding is really easy to mess up. If you mess up any of the D types here, it just corrupts all the data. Would GPU puff be faster for certain types of M's? Yeah, for certain types of M's, of course. The only thing in GPU drive I can think about, by the way, where like you might want to do it, kind of the collision checks, but you kind of make it harder to use better algorithms if you do that. So I think like the only thing I can think about is if you were going to do like LiDAR, right? If you were going to do LiDAR, then you probably want GPU Excel. But the thing is, then you have to make the whole M GPU Excel, which is not going to be that hard code-wise, but I don't know if it's going to be slow. A lot of the times people try to write stuff on the GPU to make it fast, and they just end up making it slow. Because GPUs are not just drop-in replacements for CPUs. They don't work that way. It would be cool if they did. Would just like make basically a 1,000-core CPU. That'd be nice. Does it help for robotics? Yeah, of course it helps for robotics, right? If you wanted to actually, so if I wanted to go deep into robotics and really make a sim platform for that, right? I mean, you're kind of doing what Isaac Sim or whatever does at that point. But like, let's say that I thought that I could do a better job than Isaac Sim, then yeah, I would probably go off of NVIDIA PhysX and like write my own custom thing with PhysX and CUDA. But that's a big ordeal. That's like a big ordeal. So you can manually type check, which is annoying. Yeesh. Okay, so it's basically, it's between... Hmm. I wonder if I could just go through pi float check. Pi long. I wonder if I could just write some like unpack args function that just does all the D-type checks, right? I mean, you're just gonna want like floats and ints. So I could just do those checks for you. It's definitely worth trying. And then you wouldn't need to deal with these types either. So you wouldn't have to provide this. So we just do unpack quargs. Okay. This is pretty much the last thing I think that I could do that would be like a legitimate improvement. After that, anything more starts to get like overbuilding it. Unpack. Holy hell, what? Super Maven, chill out. Have you seen any research on maximum steps PPO can solve an M with only a reward at the end of an episode for gigasparse problems? So there is something I've been thinking about, like where there's a legitimate point to improve PPO on that specifically, but in general, it's not. You need it like it. It's not so much just how many steps it's delayed, right? Like that's not the only thing that matters. The thing that matters is the path that you take to get it. So like if I run a random policy, right? If I run a random policy on the env, how long does it take me to get the reward? If you never get the reward, then you're not going to be able to learn anything regardless, right? You do have to do keywords. Credit assignment becomes the issue then, right? Like huge sequence, but did get... Yeah, so PPO is not going to work if you only get the reward once. In theory, right, there are environments for which you should be able to learn only by getting the reward once. If you have a fully deterministic N, where it's all you need to do is repeat the same sequence of actions, then you probably should be able to get back to that reward. These are kind of like pathologies, right? These are like weird edge cases where current algorithms fail. I actually have been thinking about that one because this is where it starts to make sense to consider off-policy stuff. Because if you get that trajectory into an experience buffer, and then you just keep training on it because there's nothing else to train on, you will solve the problem because you'll just overfit the solve trajectory. However, off-policy in general is a total mess. So while the idea of off-policy of having like this buffer is a good one, the actual implementation and practice of these things kind of suck. Like PPO is a really simple algorithm, and then if you look at all the off-policy ones that try to match PPO perf, they're a mess. So yeah, it's definitely a valid research direction and something we'd like to look at, but it would have to be done in a way that doesn't produce the amount of mess that is currently in off-policy. What did this just autofill? High Unicode from string. God, that is totally awful. I have no idea what the heck it just tried to fill in there. Thanks for chats. I was reading Alpha Chip paper and thought it was wild they only had one joint reward given at the end of episode. I haven't actually looked at the chip design stuff. They also, this is very large scale as well, right? Though I actually don't know, maybe their sim is slow. You can kind of force reinforcement learning to work on a ton of problems. It's really just a matter of like, does it work immediately? Does it work after playing with it for a couple hours? Do you need a team of 20 in 2 years? I don't know if there isn't a length built in, right? Yeah, so it is fix. So this actually does work because, yeah, this is the size of the char star, so we're good. So this has to be static. You just have to know how to model the problem for RL, then build FastM. Pretty much. Pretty much. So we need to be able to unpack this. Unpack a single keyword arg. I broke it. Is there a way to like get a single arg? I don't want to have to deal with this format shenanigans. Pi object keyword args. Pi dict get item string. Is this a real function, get item string? Or did it make that shit up? Looks like it exists. Whoops. I dict get item string. Okay, so now you gotta go check the different types here. What in the hell? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's kind of gross. But that does work. So this is the idea, right? Is that all supported keyword types, we get the type it is in Python. Now I think this is still sketchy though, isn't it? Yeah, this is still sketchy. Because if you pass an int to a float, it'll still break, won't it? Let me try something. Oh wait, no, does it not? Does it break? No, it doesn't break. I'm wrong. Hang on. I think I have it. Because now, yeah, we're good. We are good. Okay. I was being stupid. So this is actually correct. And the reason is that before, it was trying to like do some weird thing where it was casting the Python object into the wrong D type or whatever. But now it's going to match the type of the, yeah, it's going to match the type that you bring into it. It still needs to get cast though. Yeah, okay, it still needs to get cast. So this cast doesn't work. This is a lot closer. No, you don't need a fucking metadata type system. Screw that. What on earth is this? Handles both floats and ints. This doesn't work though, right? Yeah, this is the meta bullshit. Hang on, though. If the user writes this line themselves, the casting will be correct. Right? Yes, the casting will be correct. So all I really need to do is give them a an unpack function that returns a float. Is there anything else you really need to pass to EMS through the C API? It's always going to be a float or an int, right? I don't really want to cast. I think you can technically screw this up, right? Because the float precision won't work. Yes, you can, yes, right? I mean, obviously. I don't even know why I asked. Terrible news. Another Danager article. This is Dreamer v3. This isn't even anything new, right? This is just they got their scam, like their bullshit paper into Nature. Yeah, look. Whole page of totally wrong stuff. That's fine. They can get bullshit published all they want. I thought you were going to tell me that there's a Dreamer v4 that's even more bullshit, and now we have to run another 10 hours worth of 10,000 GPU hours worth of experiments. Then I'd be mad. Now we're fixing stuff over here, man. We're fixing stuff. First 5090 is in as well. We're running Neural MMO on it right now. Now we're going to hear even more about it. Yeah, but you know what happens? Every time like a client or whoever asks me about it, I say yes. We evaluated it. We did 10,000 GPU hours worth of experiments on all the tricks that they claimed. None of them worked. We have the results published at NeurIPS. Right? No. Like the world model stuff probably works, but it's just god awful science to the point that it's like borderline scientific fraud, especially when you consider that the author should have known better. Right? This is like if this were some random undergrad or even some random grad student at some random lab, right? I'd just say like, okay, whatever. They made some mistakes, whatever. But no, like these people should know better, right? like, what in the hell? Chat's 2 minutes delayed. Are you sure? I didn't change anything. It shouldn't be. Twitch is usually the fast one. Must be restream. I don't have it set to I don't have a delay set or anything weird. Cool. Might be me. That's like 30 seconds, not 2 minutes. Twitch just gave me 2-minute delay for no reason. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes it like scrolls back in the live broadcast or whatever. Okay. Oh, I got a new thing. I don't know if you saw this, Ryan. I've been replacing Scython. We found a really nice way to replace Scython, and I'm just kind of polishing it up right now. So we're going to have one 500 some odd line file instead of like 3,000 lines worth of Scython bindings. Dreamer does actually work, but their science sucks. Well, yeah, but the thing is their science sucks so bad that it's like, it's almost not a useful result anymore. You know? They also use these like stupid ass slow environments where it's really hard to even get a good baseline for comparison because you can't even ask like, okay, you know, how like can you solve this environment easily with more samples? You can't even ask like, does the stupid baseline just solve this easily, right? Is it just a sample thing? So like even for stuff where you want to do sample efficiency research, like you'd want it on fast N still. Working algorithms always. I mean, you read the code for that thing. I don't think it's a working algorithm. But that's okay. We will do more algo side stuff going forward. I want to fix... The plan at the moment is fix bindings, take another pass at the trainer, see if we can really get some train perf going on that, and then we go back to more algorithms. So it's infra. So I just did an algorithm block, and then it's going to be infra, and then it's going to be perf, and then it's going to be back to algorithms. Also, I'm visiting the new facility. It's not done yet. I'm visiting the new facility over the weekend, so I'll get to see that, which will be cool. Yeah, but this thing is awesome. Like here, and I think it's going to get even easier than this. But this is your binding for neural MMO now. This is the entire binding you have to write for neural MMO. The gym and data center, yeah. Visiting that. It's not quite done yet. It'll be done in a few weeks, but visiting it. Probably visiting it, we'll see. So yeah, this is all you have to write for neural MMO. What the fuck is that string? Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to remove right now. This D-type string sucks. So I'm trying to figure out how to remove this right now. And I think I'm going to have it just so you just write one line per param instead of having this bullshit, because this can actually screw you, because this can do bad casts. Like, this can actually cause you to do wrong casts. But I mean, to be fair, right? Wrong tasks. Wrong casts. WC. Wrong casts. This is what we had for neural, like, this replaces 270 lines of Python binding, though. That one little thing. Wrong in what way? You try to write the bits of a float to an int and then you break the values. It's really gross. So we're trying to fix that right now. What if I just give you an unpack int and an unpack float function? That just does it, doesn't it? I haven't gotten on the C train yet. You're missing out. You're really missing out, buddy. It's actually, so the C is really chill, and it gets even better as time goes on because more and more people are just jumping on the like, I don't know anything, I just ask LLMs everything train. So it's even more funny to see like how hilariously better you can make stuff just by knowing a little bit of low level dev because like people are now just writing shit that's like, 1,000 times too slow, 10,000 times too slow. I've seen 20,000 times too slow at this point. Might take a stab at writing syllabus in C. Oh, don't try to directly translate it with an LLM. You'll be sad. You'll be very sad. But we are getting nice puffer and NVIN for it in C, so you'll be able to hop on some of this. In fact, we're probably going to do multi-processing backends at some point relatively soonish with this as well, just because I'm sick of dealing with the Python. I think it'll literally be shorter and simpler in C than in Python. Isn't that funny? Neural MMO 3 looks really cool. Oh yeah. And we have it now training. It's on the 5090, we're up to 650,000 steps per second training. It goes up to 700,000 if I do it in float 16. I haven't gotten that stable yet. I haven't gotten compiled on that yet. So I think we're going to get up to like 800,000 or 900,000 steps per second training on Neural MMO 3. That's with a 3 million parameter network as well. Eh? Puffer very fast. Puffer very fast. It's a totally different game. Lost the task system though? Yeah. I mean, that doesn't mean it's gone forever. It's just for this version of it, it's not. This is not the final version of Neural MMO. The coolest open source task. Yeah, I agree. But it's okay, right? Here, like, the thing is, like, make the fucking RL work, right? Let's solve Neural MMO 3, and then we'll, like, figure out how to make a good task system for Neural MMO 4. Yeah, the old baseline's a pain. So the new, it was a 10th, we were only at, like, level 2.5 or whatever before. I think the best baseline got 2.5 level average. So the new one, we're up to, this one is at 4.5 in like 60 billion steps. Is the new best. So if I run this for 100 bill, again, this will be like 5. So essentially 5 out of 20. Max level's 20. that curve keeps going up like perfect log linear over 100 billion steps too, which is pretty cool. Curriculum learning. You know, you might. It's kind of tricky though. If you're not doing it over task space, we're only training on 8 total maps. The maps are really big. So you could potentially like randomize and have like an easy, medium, and hard map or something in there. Like you can do that. And actually Neural MMO 3 is set up so that you can do that very, very easily. Oh, here, let me show you the new env binding stuff as well. You get to write your env in Python now. It's pretty nice. So this is how you do your env in Python. All that was just argcheck shit. Look at this. You just call env and you just make whatever env you want with whatever arguments you want. And then you just call vectorize. That's it. And even after you vectorize, you can still call step and reset on individual ems if you want. This is the new infra. So when you're initializing Neural MMO 3, you can initialize different instances with like whatever args you want. And then you can call vectorize. And then you can do the step over all the different ems in pure C, which is pretty nice. So this actually is built to make it really easy to do curriculum learning type stuff. Can you change the tasks? There are no tasks, remember? There are no tasks. You can reset individual ems. You can probably technically do a few other things with them as well. But there's no task system in this yet, right? This is just, you can change the maps though, like 2 reward functions. Oh yeah, no, you can do that. That type of stuff isn't that hard to make. Yeah, that's not hard to do. I mean, ultimately, like this binding is specific to Neural MMO as well. So you can just write arbitrary C in there. You change that and reset. You could probably get it to add an arg to reset or something if you wanted. I don't know. I would probably just say add a different function. Would be easier, right? Just like expose and like have like a binding set state or whatever, and then just call that. But still, this is already like way easier. Because at least here, the thing that you can do with this that you could not do before, you can step and reset individual ems with this. Because this env ID here, if you just store this as a list, right? Like you can step individual ones of these ems and reset individual ems, but you also don't lose the vectorize functionality. So it's pretty nice. This whole thing, it's like 500 lines of Python API C shenanigans. What you're looking at as well, this is not considered like easy to read like clean C. The ems are easy to read clean C. This is garbage Python API stuff. So most of the code in Puffer is way better than this, but like the Python API is what it is. So you have all of these like PyObj, PyDict, PyFloat. Assert false. So there's still more to be done here, but I'm very happy to cut down the amount of total binding code from like 2,000 to 3,000 lines down to 500, because it's so much easier to do stuff now. Well tested. It's not really that it's like a total ugly mess. It's just it has to use the Python API, which is kind of verbose, right? So there's like a bunch of annoying checks. You always have to check every operation, because like anytime you're doing something on a Python object, like you don't know what the type of the Python object is, you have to check it. Otherwise you are sad. No one doing research should need to read this. Well, I mean, folks in Puffer will, right? Because we're closer to the infra. My goal here is no longer just to provide like a convenient high-level interface for researchers, right? My goal is to solve RL. Oh, that's actually really shitty. Hang on. You don't have access to this function yet, do you? Crap. I mean, I can just put it in a separate header file. Oh, I can just prototype here. I can just prototype it. It's fine. I just exposed the. No shit. I can't do that either. Man, I don't want you to have to include 2 files. Writing thesis and now defense presentation and job apps. Yeah, it's rough. It is no fun. Defending Monday, almost out. Hey, congrats, man. Congrats. I forget. I don't know if I'm flying on Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday, but if I'm not fly in the air and you send me a link, I will gladly be there. And I promise not to ask you any bullshit questions. Dr. Philosopher too. Yes. Philosophy doctor. No pressure. Hey, if I'm not flying, I'll be there. I'm trying to think if this is actually worth. Good luck, thank you. Okay, back to infra. So here's the issue, right? This file gets included second, so you can't use anything from this file right now. I really would like to have this thing available. What if we just prototype it for now, just to see if it's even useful? Like, okay, so what if we do this? Now we have access to this stupid thing. And then let's comment this. Okay. And then we do, this is unpack int. So this is float, float, float. Int. This is float, yeah, and everything else is fine. Now the only thing I can think, right, is if you use the int function on a float, you're gonna round it. But this is way better than having to match a freaking string. This ends up not really being any longer either, because you don't have to declare this annoying thing anymore or do all of this. Okay. expected storage class. Okay, this doesn't have to be static. I don't know why I'm starting to use stupid keywords that I don't need. Redefinition of my key. Right. Redefinition of my net. Static int. I'm confused because is it like, where the hell else does it think this is binding.c? Oh. Huh? For oh, I just pasted this here and I forgot about it. Okay. That's stupid. Keyword list undeclared. 69. This is just key. Unpack quargs. This is no longer used. Return a result with an exception set. Invalid type for keyword. Pi air set string. You actually do need to do format string. C doesn't have any like nice format string, right? That doesn't work, does it? String. This is PHP. Why am I reading this? This is a buffer overflow right there I'm making. Let's not add a buffer overflow into Puffer for no freaking reason. Size of buffer. There we go. That's better, right? Invalid type for keyword reward market. Reward market as float. Okay. Why did it fail? So it gets all the way down to there. Ah. So for now, this should fix it for now. So what do we think about this? So definitely this Quargs unpack thing doesn't work because you lose the type of the original. Top versus bottom here. Top's way better, right? You'll actually get an error message. It should be an easy to understand error message. It's a little fiddly on what type you have to provide at the moment. Technically, what I could do is I could probably make it like try to cast. So if you unpack it as an int and it's a float, right? It'll try to unpack it and it'll check if the values are the same. I could do that. Yeah, but this is totally fine right now. Oh, I didn't realize that I didn't have the model size correct on my machine. So actually it looks like the 5090 is a little better than I'd originally thought. Okay. That's not terrible. I like this. Now, the only thing we got to figure out is this bullshit right here, right? Because we need these functions, but the way this is set up, you have to have env binding defined after your init. Oh, duh. Hang on. We just define my init up here, right? Get rid of these. Boom. Way cleaner. Way, way cleaner. If we're going to call all of these binding as well, then I can even remove this line, right? Or can I not? That's even better. And now, hang on, you no longer need to include python.h. And you can include it in the correct spot where it's like a sane person would. Uh-oh. Implicit definition of memset. Why did we suddenly get a whole bunch of errors? That just somehow got unincluded. But actually it works perfectly fine. Do we use env module name anywhere anymore? Macro for module name. But it's just binding. Okay. And now for all the marbles, I guess. C step, C reset. We no longer need these. That's pretty damn good. What do you think? Easy enough to bind your env? That's literally it. Classic code screenshot. On Discord needs update. Hang on. Why do I have ads in my Discord? They literally have a didn't ask button. Alright, you're forgiven. Well, I'm happy with this. This is kind of the best possible outcome, you know? There's basically nothing you can do to make this simpler, right? Can I make it a void? A void type? It would be safe. Void star can't inherently convey type information. Yeah, that's true, because it needs to actually know how to do the cast. So, this is dumb. What's this frickin' macro? Nah, that's stupid. Value unpack. That's dumb. Type erase value. Return. No, I don't want a value like that. That's bizarro. Yeah, no, that's gross. Is this a union type use case? I don't like those. I think this is worse than just having separate functions, though. I think it's just worse. Versus unpack float, unpack int. Okay, that's dumb. Yeah, it would still have to be a void star. Yeah, so it doesn't make sense because, yeah, the only thing you'd be able to do is cast to an int, and then you risk rounding being screwy, right? Because you don't want to store it as a float. There's no other type I can store it as, right? Oh, wait. I didn't realize this. I didn't realize the double can actually store all 32-bit ints. So that's perfect. Is that actually true? Oh, it is totally true, right? Because of the number of bits, exponent mantissa, right? So bits. Yeah, because it has 53. Okay, so I'm stupid. It should just be a double and we're done. Okay. This is why knowing low-level stuff is important, right? Because literally, the error that I made here is I assumed that you would lose precision on the double way before max int, but you don't. So I can literally just now, this is beautiful, right? So I can just do this. Oh, this is going to be so nice. Look at this. Can you do pi long as double or something? Just oh, I think it'll just work. Load as double. Turn this. That's it. That's your unpack now. And you don't even need to cast. You don't even need to cast anymore because it'll auto cast from double. So this is basically perfect. So like why something like this isn't built in, I have no idea. But this is actually perfect. And this handles, I'll no longer need to do the thing where I like had to define the floats as floats and the ints as inside. This will just work. This will just freaking work. That's the unused function. We're going to delete that in a second anyways. Even better. I actually made it better. I didn't think that was going to work before. I didn't think I'd be able to do that. So now this is... The only time this is unsafe is if you go outside of the range of max int. Which at that point, screw you. We're good. We're absolutely good here. Oh, and I can actually, wait, pi long check. Pi long as long. Oh, I can even do, these defined already? Perfect. So now we don't have any possible errors. Now this is a perfectly safe unpack function. Better. That is beautiful. Perfect. I'm very, very proud of that. You know, it's like these very small things where you have to actually spend a few hours to get these really, really right. But now look at this. I mean, look at the result of this. This is how easy it is to bind environments now. This is how easy it is. Let's do this now for Pong and for Breakout. And yeah, we'll go from there. Look at this. This is what we had for Pong. Disgusting. By comparison. Width, height, paddle width, paddle height, ball width, ball height, speed, initial speeds, X, Y. Frame skip and continuous. Perfect. Was there an init function? There is an init function on Pong, right? So we just do that. This is like, I'm very, very proud of this. Comparison between pointer and integer. That is bad. But yeah, that is very bad. So we will fix that. Pi long as long. This is supposed to be long. Let's see if it still trains. Look at this. That's all we have for the binding. That is solid. Honestly, in my mind, this makes PufferLib so much better. This is just like effortless C to Python for all your M's. Right? There's no init on this? Yes, there is an init on this. Height, paddle width, paddle height, ball height, brick width, brick height, rows, columns, and continuous. Perfect. Delete. And you'll actually, even if you screw up, you'll still get pretty much anything that you could conceivably screw up here. You will get a reasonable error message. Should at the very least. And this is Bet's thing, so we don't worry about that. One line per param. This is huge success. Huge success. Yeah, that's solid. That's very solid. I'm feeling pretty good. I want to keep going on stuff. I think we take on let's see. So, wait, we didn't think about struct logging at all. To be fair, that one I don't know if we have any way around. Okay, what I'll do here is I'll think about this for a few minutes, then I'll take a few minute break, and then I'll come back and we'll do other infra. I don't know about this logging stuff though. Like, this is how simple we have logging right now. You just define your log keys and you define an enum with your values, and everything else is handled for you. Oh, you know what? There is a way to do it, right? There is totally a way to do it. It'll be a little more work. Okay, I think I know how we're going to do this. We're going to write something that looks very, very similar to what we just wrote. Because basically, all this does, it's the same problem that I just solved, right? All we basically need is we need a way to map, it's the inverse of the problem though, right? So we just need a way to grab an element from a C struct and then assign the result of that to a Python dict. So all we'll do is we'll just make like a mylog or whatever, and then you won't have to do this in this file. Yeah, okay, that'll be perfect. That will be actually perfect. But that is going to take me a little bit of work, and I've been deving for a few hours. I need to go grab a drink. I need to walk around for a couple minutes, and then we'll be back. The binding file will get slightly longer, but there's going to be a trade-off, right? And the trade-off will be that the logging becomes exactly what you want it to be. So essentially, you will have the binding file still as easy as possible, no added complexity, just, you write out this stuff there. Zero added complexity to your actual env implementation, which is crucial, and no like perf loss either. So I'll be right back, and then we will do that. Give me a few. Okay. Here's the plan. I got a little over 2 hours to totally fix the logging and have this clean end binding stuff set and done. And then I can let Bet handle updating the rest of the M's with it. This should make it very, very easy though. Got a little bit of food, real quick. Now I am good for good to get this done. Okay, so first things. Let's go find the old logging because we need that struct. That's all it has in it. Episode length, episode return, score, and it has float n. We can just make n float because why not? Delete, delete, delete. Log, log. It's cleaner, right? So we don't have to even do this weird thing that I was planning on adding. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. I was being stupid. I guess because I didn't see the way to do it with this new thing. And that should actually be it for this end. So we add the log struct, and then everything else is just gone, right? Now, what we need to do log. Okay. So this is going to get called somewhere. Let me just see how I do the aggregation right now. Yeah, vec log, right? I float from double. V. To convert. Set item string. Okay, there is a slight issue here, right? Iterating over the keys. Shit, did I not think this through? I forgot there's a second part to this, right? So for part one, you have to average all the dictionaries or average all the structs. And then part two is that you have to add them to a dictionary. We don't want to go through the PyDict API and then average, that'll be slower. Yeah, so having those keys defined before, what did that do for me? Oh, geez. I know a really stupid way to do it. I do know a really stupid way to do it. Well, we don't have to do it here. Nice. But we do have to do it here. I think this is actually right. Yeah, there's no other way to iterate through the keys of a struct. I know how to do this a little more safely. This should be float n. pi float from double. Okay, and now this is where you actually need your custom logic, right? There's no way around custom logic here because you need to know the keys. But you actually don't need to do this gross thing anymore. So here you can do, what is it, my log dict aggregate. And then you do have to go over the keys. You have to do this bullshit one more time in order to do the division. You don't need to do this part though. You only need this part. Keys. There, that's it. And then this is user populates dict. And then all you need to do is this function, right? Dict on the log, right? And then you just do okay, that is actually kind of annoying that you need to do this cast. So what we'll do is we'll do something like this. And we'll just do int. Yeah, so this is it. So you have some like assigned to dict function. I actually want it the other way. They do key and then value. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. And then I can do the assign. I can do this assignment. This is no longer needed. There's this average. And then this is no longer needed. Is there anything we can do about this aggregate differently? No, I think you just need a required key, right? It doesn't have to be any specific order, but I think you do need to have a required key in there n somewhere. Technically, you can do it right here, though. Right? You can literally just do this. No, you can't do that, right? No, because you need the total n. Yeah, so you do need to do it the way I had it. Okay. This is still nice and clean. This is still nice and clean. Let's see if it works. And then we'll consider whether this is the best it could possibly be. Request for member n. It does have an n. Implicit declaration, my log. Well, we have to forward declare. Incompatible pointer type. Pi object dict. And then aggregate as a log star. Pi dict object. Pi dict object. Is pi dict object a thing? Let me go look how I have this on dev right now. Because something happened with the types. I must have messed something up. Pack. Okay, so where do you do this logging right now? Here? Pi dict new. Yeah, okay, so this, I don't know what this pi dict object thing is. I don't know if this even exists. But whatever it is, you don't need it. So this is just a pi object star. Incompatible pointer type, pi object. Finding. Oh, I know what it is. It's the forward declaration's wrong. My bad. It's pi object and log. Cool. So now we have assigned to dict. This one's easy. This needs to go up one function. Pi dict object. Incompatible pointer type. This is supposed to be, wait, expected pi object, but is pi dict object. Pi dict set item. Oh, because this is, again, Python API is kind of weird. It seems like it's not just Python rubbing up against C and having friction. It seems like just the API wasn't, it could be better. Okay. Now, request for a member N, not instruct or union. It should be there though, because this log exists, right? This log exists. Originally defined, yeah, it's getting the right log. Oh wait, redefinition in binding.c. Oh. Request for member and in something not a structure or union. I probably just screwed up the type somewhere, right? Because it used to be a float. Oh, is it just straight up not anywhere? Yeah, this is just supposed to be aggregate n. Yeah. Invalid type argument have log assigned to dict this is dot, and now we just have to fiddle with this cast. Okay, unknown type log and binding.h. It should be known. Unknown type name log and binding.h, but I already included Pong, which exports this log. Right, I have this log right here. Yeah, this should definitely be available. It's not because of the type def, right? No, that doesn't make any sense. Because I have env. I mean, that shouldn't do anything. Yeah. Good. Is there like some name conflict or something? But then it wouldn't be, yeah, it wouldn't be, yeah, it wouldn't be here. This is going to be something really dumb, isn't it? I'm using env here. Pong's included at the top. Is this like some bizarro caching thing? Doesn't look like it. Unknown type name log. What if I go like redefine it? What happens if I do this? Redefinition of struct log. Oh, you know what it is? What's the typed up syntax? Probably this, right? Unknown. I figured it would be the log being weird. Nope. Okay, that's not it. Paste it into grok because I'm probably just being that stupid. This is already defined. Yeah, it still happens. Um, this is weird. This is really weird. Includes Pong, which has the log def. And like if I try to do struct log, unknown type. How is this possibly unknown type name? Okay. So now it shuts up at least. Do we think that like Python or NumPy have a log in them? Is that what's going on? But that's not what we're getting. Right? We're not getting that it's his unknown type name. If I just change this to now, it's not going to compile for other reasons, right? No, we get the same error. We get the exact same error. It's not a name conflict. Unknown type name. I mean, I'm staring at this thing, and Pong gets included before the end binding. What are you defining env to Pong? Because it's just an alias. Otherwise, you would have to name all of your environment structs env. I have this, like, I don't know why the hell it can't find this struct. This is driving me nuts. Log is defined in pong.h and it gets used here. So if I do it here, it's still not there. If I put it here, still not there. If I put it here, still not there. So if I put it in this file, now I no longer get the error at the top. It's literally a matter of what file I put it in. That's not how C works. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, now you get the error again. Is there a way I can get it to output the pre-processed code? Wait, that's gonna be gigantic. Are you just compiling Pong? I'm finding not having guards and being included in Pong and Breakout. They're being built as separate extensions, so that would be really shit. But I will go look at that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh, I'm just really dumb. Okay. That wasn't it. Nah, you gave me the answer, but that wasn't it. So, yeah, it's fine. It's not I was misreading the error message. I didn't see that it's in Breakout. I thought that it was in Pong. Okay. It's fine. Yeah, 31 should not happen, so there's a bug. Yeah, there's a big bug with this. It's funny, it does actually... What in the hell? Alright, let's figure out what the heck that is. It's gotta be this thing here, right? Struct is defined just fine. How did this get so messed up? There's some crazy negative. Is it because you populate your dictionary before averaging? Well, I populate it, and then I average here. Yes, yes, it is. Though, I don't know why that makes it able to go negative. Welcome, Spencer. This is very, very close to just being awesome, awesome, solid info. Oh, it can go negative because the score function goes negative. Duh. So the only thing is that n should not be this. We need n to be correct. Vote n. And we just assign n like this. We don't want to average our averaging variable. Okay. Why is n still 1? Oh, there we go. Now it's just because the games are kind of long. Cool. This works. This works. It's supposed to get 20 score, though maybe that was just a little unlucky. Let's run it again. So, I want to make sure that this actually works, but let me show off what we've just done here. Okay. Here's your binding function. You write your init, you write your log. Pretty much you just need to map the keys. Yeah, okay, perfect. So this does work. So this is your whole binding, and actually the logging gets to be even better. So the logging now can use a struct again. You can use a struct for the log. You don't have any of those additional functions. You just write to the log as normal. So this is even better than before. And you just have to write that extra log function, which in exchange you no longer have to define all the log keys. So 30-line file, this is your entire binding. We are very happy. Let's fix breakout. So you get your log, you get rid of these keys that you had to define. You no longer have this, you just have log log. And then env log episode length score. There you go, that's it. Almost works, we just need to define the log thing, obviously. We could technically have a default implementation as well. I don't know if that's worth doing. We could technically leave a default implementation in if we wanted to. So like this could be the default implementation, right? Because this is the same function here. Okay. Perfect. Now neural MMO, I kind of messed up a whole bunch. We have this giant log. Yeah, so we have to actually go get this thing back now. I don't know, I think I'd rather have this thing in here than all this mess. You still need, was it episode return, episode length, score, and n. The order no longer matters. Not mandatory, but I would like all our M's to have these because, like, when you go to actually compare experiments in your dashboard, it's really convenient to have them under the same key. In fact, the most useful thing would be as if we had episode return be the return, which is the sum of the score, episode length is length, which is the trajectory length, but then score, instead of having score just equal episode return most of the time or whatever, ideally we have score be normalized 0 to 1, something like that, so that we can actually put a whole bunch of M's on one graph and we can get like an average score across M's. That would be the best. Then we could return like one number for evals. Also still multi-M training idea with one policy. So that's a little harder because you have varying observation spaces. You would actually, it's not realistic to have all the M's have one observation space, so you would probably need some sort of like weird tokenizer thing. That's the tough part with that. And that's surprisingly all the logging. Used but never defined. All right, now we just have to define our binding. Look how clean this is going to be. Right now, we have this. All we got to do is we add our log in here. We just go get our log keys. Which are just defined by the struct, right? You don't need to do n. It's done for you. You can do it. It won't hurt anything, but you don't need to. And this is so easy, even Grok can fill it in. Or not even Grok, Super Maven can even fill this in. That's it. That's your whole M's binding. So 44 lines. And it's really just a name mapping. Log has no member. Oh. Moron. You did it in the wrong file. Here. Boom. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, this is solid. Okay, and squared. Just because squared should be super quick. So this doesn't do anything, right? So you can just do return 0. Oh no, wait, it does do something. It sets the end size. It doesn't have an init function though. And then log is going to be return length and score probably. Or does it not have any logging? I think squared doesn't actually have logging. Oh no, it does. Why did it just give me an int there? No idea. Must have been autocomplete. Because that would screw you over pretty bad. There you go. And that's how it was before, right? Yeah. That's exactly how it was before. Alright, so now this does unpack, does this default, and all this stuff can go. And then the only thing is I need to change some names. take this out of the Scython. Beautiful. This one has bad hypers on it, but it should still run. This is Vecking it. What did I miss? Seed? Seed. Cool. Runs. Great. So we now have all of this all set up. Easy as that. So that actually should take a lot more than like 2,000 or 3,000 lines out of the code base now. With the logging changes, that's going to take like 4,000 or 5,000 lines out of the code base. That's great. Not really. You would save very little by doing that. That's pretty solid. You can even name them whatever you want like this as well. They don't have the same name. You can have, like, you can name these differently if you want. You could probably even put like slash and stuff in if you want to have like extended paths for logging. You can probably just do that. This is nice. I'm happy. And at the very least, you know, we really won't have to change anything now. Like with the main M's, now that it works like this. Pretty solid. Um, I'll at least consider the macro thing for a second. But it seems like it's probably pretty stupid, right? Like what, you would do like some unpack all with all the keys? That's kind of sketchy magic though, right? Because then you would like, you'd basically be doing a string replacement on this where you're like assigning each attribute. That seems sketchy to me. I kind of like the way I have it now where, provided you're not counting like this alias, there aren't any macros at all in here. This is the one, I think. This is still really easy. This code is so brain dead it'll like autocomplete itself for you, right? And if you actually go look at this, like the source of this doesn't have any stupid ridiculous magic either. So I think that we we allow you to have a line per one line per variable, and in exchange it stays very simple. This is the entire dict assignment thing. It's just, convenience. And then the entire where is it, unpack, was it int, there it is. This is the entire unpack. I think we are happy with this. Yeah, this is good. I will let Bet work on the rest of these. Did they really lie in the tweet announcement for this? Are you kidding me? How much shit do I want to start? This is way before Dreamer, isn't it? I guess they assume without the task curriculum. It is fair to say that it like without the task curriculum, but it's not without human data. I mean, it depends if you consider tasks as human data. Yeah, these techniques didn't work at all. It's crazy. Man, I don't know. It sucks because it's like this guy put out a whole bunch of work and I really wanted to like the work, but when you dig into it, it's all fake. It's like all bullshit. Like Crafter was originally put together as like this multitask cool environment that's like fast and useful. It's unusably slow. Done more damage to the field than it's like done help just because of people training on slow ass environments. Ridiculous. Okay, on to things that matter. It's 4:30. I've got maybe a good hour to start on some training improvements. It seems like we should be able to get some perf out of compile and AMP. Let me go look at the lean RL CUDA graph thing again. Howdy, been out of the loop for a bit. What are you all doing currently? Well, we've just cleaned up our binding system a whole bunch. This is now all it takes to bind neural MMO3 to PufferLib, no Python. Little bit higher perf, transparent debugging, it's very nice. So this is going to cut like 4,000 lines of boilerplate out of the repository. We got the 5090 up and running, and now I'm probably going to look at a little bit of torch compile stuff and see if I can get some perf improvements. Welcome as well. So you have to like replay. You have to like trace it essentially. Did they do LSTM or not? I don't think they even did LSTMs with this, did they? No, they didn't. Okay, so that's a big limitation. Let me see their benchmark. Compile plus CUDA graph. You know, it's like, this probably does actually make a decent difference. They're using a tiny, tiny batch size though, right? But still. Well, they get 6.8%, 6.8x speed up. Compile and CUDA graphs is slower. So I mean, I can get C buffer equals function. I probably can get this to work. What did they do? They made their own weird way to do this. Yeah, they did like some weird wrapper thing for this. X buffer, Y buffer. Okay. This seems reasonable. So we just have to fix compile mode, and then we will start on this a little bit, and then we will continue this probably tomorrow. It'll be the plan. How does this run? Oh, maybe this is a torch version thing, right? Because this does compile. Yeah, this has an RNN on it. Okay. Yeah, so then the reason this wasn't working on the other machine, it must just be a torch version thing. So I don't even have to fix compile. Compile just works. And then coup de grace might be the tough one. Great. Can you explain what you did to get rid of the boilerplate so simply? So we have this file, it's 500 line file, but this is all that's needed for all environments. And you can add as many as you want without changing this. And there's some redundancy. This can probably go down to 350 lines if I clean some stuff up. So what this file does, this just uses the Python C API. And it essentially does what the Python file does, but it just does it in C with the Python API. So like, instantiate all your M's, right, using a slice of the observations. It does that. Step all your M's running the loop in C. It does that. And then the other file that you saw was just, it leaves you placeholders for where you need to do your M-specific initialization, like passing arguments to C, and then your M-specific logging, passing the logs back out as a dictionary. So this file is in dev. You can see a lot of it is just this error checking. And then the actual logic of it is stuff like this, vectorized. So vectorized reset, vectorized step, so on and so forth. And then the logging is what I was working on here. So Python C API is kind of gross, but I made it as simple as I could, and it can probably get even a little bit shorter than this. Is Python dead for Puffer's use? I mean, if you want to use it, you still can, but I think this is better. So, like, the 40 lines that we wrote for Neural MMO replaces 300 lines. Some DMs answering. I'm trying to think what's the easiest way to integrate CUDA graphs with this thing. This one actually would be a decent test because it's 42% in forward pass. replay. The problem is the obs is not like the same buffer, right? So I kind of have to restructure a few things. And then you actually need to use like the exact .obs. And these things all have to be CUDA tensors, don't they? I wonder if I can do this. Can you even pass it args? Oh, you can't pass it args. This is kind of stupid the way this is, isn't it? Let's do it for now so we can at least see if it's worth it. Should not be batch size though. Alright, so here we'll just do this, right? Yeah, I have no idea if this works. We'll have to see. Existing size. What the hell's wrong with this thing? Oh, I'm dumb. Okay. I thought, oh, this is the single one. Actually, what we can just do is we can keep this as is. It probably only gets used there, right? Yeah. So I can just make this observation space shape. Alright, I can just do this. And then I can do, where's it? So this is now literally just super easy. Batch agents equals obs shape 0. This is batch agents. accessing tensor, output of CUDA graph. That has been overwritten by a subsequent run. Clone the tensor before each model invocation. Ugh. Accessing tensor that is overwritten by a subsequent run. That doesn't make any sense. You're accessing something that you're going to overwrite in the future. I mean, I can like, here. Let's just like really see what we can do here. Let's see if I can at least get it to work. And then we'll think about making it fast. Oh, is it saying that you're not allowed to write back to the same variable? Is that it? this it? Oh, probably state gets overwritten, right? Cannot call current seed. The hell? Okay. This is so freaking weird. So it doesn't even get to the... It doesn't even get here. It's in the trace. That looks wrong. Oh, it's not. Oh. Heck. Blast status not initialized. The heck? Running out of memory? Shouldn't be. You need to have compile on? Unsupported generator. I think I'm really gonna need to, like, fix this thing. You know? This whole mess. LVO and state, right? hell's wrong with this thing? Oh. Damn it. Cannot call CUDA generator impul. Why the hell is it calling random? Dude, the torch internals kind of suck. Are you supposed to be able to use this without torch compile? Yeah, so you are supposed to use it with compile, I guess. So then this is the real error. We don't have frickin' dropout. Maybe it's the LSTM cell? Nope. Same frickin' error. This has not been changed, right? Like, you can't just enable this. So confused. Oh, yep. It's 2.5. Cutograph or compile, but not both. So I should be able to do it like this. The freaking thing. Do you have to do this? Maybe I was not given the full story here. I guess it's this. This is 5:30. I'm probably gonna have to go like test this stuff in isolation if I really want this to get working. So this is probably gonna be a tomorrow problem. We got really good progress on the binding stuff today. Maybe I'll start it later tonight even. Yeah, I think that like the CUDA scrap stuff is quite complicated. I believe that this is like a possible big perf improvement though. So we will try that. Yeah, it'll be worth spending some time. It's hard for me to say because like you can do kind of anything with really shitty code and make it faster. Or really poorly optimized code, I should say, because CleanRL is awesome, it's just slow. So yeah, it's probably still worth doing. Let me just at least start writing a little tiny test for this, right? Because it shouldn't be that hard. This. So some weird shit happening with compile. Ignore this. Fuck. Two devices. Okay, so this is still failing. Let's see, coup de grace. Warm up the workload. This is insane, but okay. Now it works. Okay. Does this mess it up? Oh, I see. So you gotta do this, right? Okay. That's a very large difference. That's a very large difference. And this should be like decent batch as well, right? No, it's not very decent batch size. Why the hell is the batch that small? Oh, you dummy. Oh, and quargs. I should redo that. That's like obnoxious. If I can't figure out my own API, like, what the fuck am I doing? What in the hell? Dummy. Okay, this is actually just me getting tired. There. Still a big difference, though. That's interesting. That's very interesting. It's still almost 3x. What if I do like neural MMO? out of memory. That's a reasonable odds, right? Oh, you know what this is? You didn't do no grad. Ah, now the advantage goes away with the bigger model, it seems. If you do like 1M, still goes away. Okay. Let's go back to the other one. Okay, so the advantage has gone away without no grad. I mean, with no grad, the advantage is mostly gone away, unless you do yeah, then you see the advantage, right? Yeah, now you see the advantage. Yeah, so this is the one you cannot do. So you get you only really get this performance boost if you have stupid dimensions. You don't really get much, even with the smallest network, once you have a reasonable batch size. I mean, I guess, like, sometimes you end up with stuff like this, right? So that's still, like, something. What about with compile? Is there a way to get it to work with compile? Let's see if there was... Okay, so this just says use new torch or whatever. The hell? How's it that slow? It's not the warm-up, right? Yeah, the compiled is just fucking slow. And it's slower than all of them. How the hell is this possible that it's just, like, garbage? The only thing that actually does anything is coup de grace. Okay. We can try it on Neural MMO. I'm not doing something incredibly stupid here, right? Doesn't look like it. Oh, maybe it's this? I think it doesn't compile anything but the forward function by default. Nope, still shit. Same as before. Torch.compile of policy. Stupid lightning. Heck? We'll try it. Nope, that looks way slower. Yep, way slower. Unless it's this. Hang on, maybe I screwed this up. Possibly counts these as different ops. No, still no. Slight difference. Fucking compile, man. It was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. Due to frequent recompiles. Well, why is it recompiling then? Is it just trash? Because like no combination of settings does anything. I set full graph. No graph breaks. Compile full graph, yep. Where is it? I don't see how to fix this anywhere. So you actually were getting compile speed ups on Impulse Wars before? No graph breaks. I'm surprised you got it to work. For me, Torch Compile's just never done anything. Try it with the smaller model. Oh, lovely. Broke my driver. Good job, Torch. Yeah, it's still slower. Still slower. Same-ish speed, actually. Literally never gotten this thing to do anything. Let me go update the model before I forget to, and I'm sad. So as far as I can tell, compile doesn't do anything. Like, I've tried this on a different networks and it just sucks. As far as I have seen. Alright. I posted that on the Discord, so you can try that. I'm gonna go get some exercise and get food. I'll see if I can be back after. But yeah, compile doesn't freaking work. CUDA graphs. It seems like it's not really gonna even do anything for us is the thing. Because like, I guess for very small batches, it could be nice. Like, it could let us do a few things. It's really a pain in the ass to implement though. And yeah, I think 1024 copies of an env with our smallest possible network is where it has to be for that to make any sense. If I go to 2048, it's already less than a 10% difference. Oh, actually, the compiled SPS goes up then. That's funny. Yay, the compiled SPS goes up. Fucking ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous. Now I've got to actually go check it. Stupid thing. Is there like some op? Are there any other nets I can use? I could use Snake, MOBA. I mean, it does actually do something on the stupid Pong network. No, right? Barely. And you can't use both of them together for some reason. Is this a version issue that I can't do this on? I can't do this compiled? This is a pretty new version of Torch as well. It's not like super old. But I gotta do this later. I really need to go get some exercise. So we will call it there for the day. Thanks for tuning in, folks. If you're interested in following my stuff, puffer.ai, started the GitHub to help us out. Really helps. Join the Discord to get involved with dev, and follow me on X for more RL content.